Hey everybody, welcome back to today's live stream, and this time I actually have the audio working, which is fantastic because last week I went on for like 5 minutes without any audio. But I can see some channels up there. If you guys have any problems with any delay of the audio or anything like that, do let me know and I can get that updated hopefully as soon as possible for you guys. But today we're going to jump into a new Blender render. We're going to be creating kind of like this picturesque, realistic forest floor. I was trying to decide, I don't know, but maybe you guys can let me know if I have these like computer glasses. Do these make me look more sophisticated? You know, do I look more sophisticated with these glasses? Because like maybe that's the trick that I got to do with on Blender. I got to look like I know what I'm doing by wearing some sophisticated computer glasses here. But no, I'm not wearing the glasses today. I wear these sometimes when, you know, if my eyes are strained or something like that from the working all day long inside of a dark room. Then you've got like all these bright screens in your face, and that's when you want to wear some kind of like protective glasses that with blue light filters. Yeah, 1000%. Which, by the way, hey Keysign, welcome to the chat. Hey Ben, welcome into the chat. Thank you guys for joining today's stream. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I actually used to wear glasses all the way through high school, all the way through college, and then after college was out, once I got a real job, I decided to get LASIK eye surgery, and it's probably the best purchase that I've ever had in my life, because now I can wake up in the morning, just waking up in the morning, and I go, I can see. Whereas before it'd be like this. I'd wake up in the morning, I would go, put the glasses on, now I can see. So and guys, you have no idea how many pillow fights there are in your life until you're getting hit in the face constantly and hurting your nose, like right here, because somebody's hitting you with a pillow and it's your glasses smash into your nose. And you also don't know how annoying it is when it rains. Every single time it rains, right there, that just the rain itself is worth the LASIK eye surgery. That way you don't have to worry about smudges on your glasses and it fogging up when it's humid outside. No, it's terrible. All right, well, hey, anyways, today we're gonna jump into a stream. I don't want to be yapping too long. This isn't a yap stream. We don't yap on here, okay? We work. All right, we're doing our work here. And today we're gonna be creating this render here. This is this is just an AI photo created in Midjourney, but we're going to be recreating this in Blender from scratch. So we've got to create some lovely little bugs here and some particle dust in the air. I'm going to think about using some little particle system inside of Blender, and then of course we've got a good amount of depth of field here. I was going for like that, and I was going for that more like it's a Bug's Life, you know, kind of macro footage of like close-up angle of the ground and stuff like that. I love the lighting coming through the trees. Something simpler than what we've been doing with you know, all these crazy epic Elden Ring shots in Avatar. Those are fun. Those are fun. But you know, the problem with those is they're so intensive. Like last week I was editing the cut down of the Elden Ring scene, and in total it was like 8.5 hours worth of streaming. 8.5 hours to create one photo. That's a lot of time, guys. It's a lot of time to dedicate to one live stream. All right, but speaking of which, if you guys want to check out that cut down as well as any other cut downs, I already posted the link in the chat. I have a Patreon now, so if you guys want to help support the channel, join the Patreon. It has special different things in it. For instance, already live, this went live yesterday, was creating a Ghostbusters Proton Blaster and Nuke. So what we do is we take the live streams and we make a 20-minute or so video that's completely cut down. And these do get released on the YouTube channel, but they are released 1 week earlier on the Patreon. So if you guys want to check out the Patreon, then that's a great way of helping out. And with that though comes like a bunch of other stuff. We also have like the different memberships right here. Actually, you get all the downloadable project files, and then of course, if you are part of the top tier, you get all of the release surface imperfections packs and things that we create, like the different products. So if you're into that kind of thing, then go check that out. But let's go ahead and jump into the scene right now. We gotta get started here. I am starting a little earlier today, and that's just because I was like, I don't know how long this render is going to take, and we might as well get a little bit extra time in there to finesse it and get it going. But so I've got the Blender scene here. Quick reminder, if you guys aren't subscribed, make sure to subscribe. 70% of the people that don't watch us and subscribe to the channel. That's crazy. So do it. You know, it's free. It's right down there. I'm going to go ahead and just add a new scene in. I didn't do any of this stuff before we started the stream today because I was just like, you know what? I'm excited. We're going to get in here and get working on this thing. But for the most part, I just need to add in our background image to our section here. Let's just do that real quick. But how was your guys' week? How are you guys doing? Working on any new projects? Like last week, the Punisher challenge ended, which was really cool to see for this last week. Everybody's different renders that they've been working on and the behind the scenes stuff. Have any of you guys worked on any of those challenges? I don't know. I never get a chance. I always am a little too busy with the other stuff going on in my life. But I need to add a plane. That's what I need to do. Go ahead and scale that up. I'm thinking that we'll just start with our pizza shape here, of getting only the areas in which we are seeing from the camera added. We'll do a 50mm lens, maybe even a 55mm lens on this. So I'm going to adjust this real quick. Something like a 55. There was a challenge. It was called Eternal Ascent or something like that. Lots of great submissions to it. I never get an opportunity to compete in it. It's always at the worst times when I'm like working on a film or something like that. Alright, I think roughly this should line up with our scene. I'm going to set this to 3D cursor though, and then just kind of align the horizon a little bit better. Oops. And let's grab that. Just have it go a little farther. Scale that out as well. Overall, that should work. Cool, so we got our pizza down, guys. We got our pizza. This is actually a really easy scene to do this week because all we have to do is use Botanic to kind of light it or to set up all the grass. I think we're going to do some custom models here, though, for some of the stuff, like the butterfly and whatnot. So I go to the background image, just make that a little more opaque. Is it? Or less opaque? Is it more opaque or less opaque? Is what you generally speaking want. Okay, and now with our 3D cursor selected, we can do a few things. Like let's go ahead and just place in some of the basics of our scene here. And as I mentioned, I'm going to be using Botanics, so let's see if they've got any good rocks for us without us having to model them ourselves. Probably grab... Like how this is probably a massive rock, but I'm going to be scaling it down to the size in which I need it. That take a little more towards the camera. move that up, and I'm going to scale it down again just a little bit more. Gotcha. And then I keep accidentally like moving the cursor because I have it selected. Let's just duplicate the same rock, honestly. We just rotate it around. We don't need any different rocks. And let's see, let's add in another rock somewhere right here. Again, these are like big photo scans, so we kind of just want to scale them to the size that we're going to need them. Let's move that back here. I'm thinking something like that should work. Oh, let's save our project file before we get carried away here. I just always save it as today's date, and then version 1 should work. They did add a new feature inside of Blender where you can save as new version. It's like incremental, so Control Alt S, and then that will just change the version number of your project file, which is really cool and very helpful. I have not used that yet, but I do it inside of Nuke all the time because it's just an easy way of versioning up your project file without having to think too much about it, or like hitting save as and then going and changing the number. Although I will say save as here, this plus button is like, I've just been doing that for years, is just saving new versions. Which, by the way, guys, if you guys aren't saving new versions, that is something I 100% recommend, because you have no idea, especially working with clients. They always want to go back to like old, oh, I changed my mind. Let's go back to what you had before. And if you don't have the old version saved somewhere, then that can really suck. Just trying to add a little bit of texture to the ground, because the thing is we're going to add textures that will kind of add some deformation and whatever to it, but we want to have a little bit of manual work in there as well, so that way it feels a little more random. Feels a little more natural. And I'm thinking we might be good with the main rocks. Right now I kind of want to attack some of these roots that are going to be coming across. Let's see. I don't know that we have too many like root options inside of Botanic. But we might be able to take some branches and then rotate those branches to use it that way. If not, we can even 3D model these. This is pretty basic. It's just going to be it's going to be just a cube. Let's do that. Be a little bit easier to do it this way. I'm going to scale down our cube here that we're adding in, and then I'm just going to place that roughly where I want this root to live. There's a few things we can do. I'm just going to go into edit mode here, and if we have our vertices that we can select, I'm going to, let's do these in 2D first. So I'm going to delete the whole bottom vertices that we have here and only select the top. And we're just going to kind of map out where we want this root to be. Maybe even having it go down a little bit. Hello there, could you try also to use the Ivy Gen add-on? Comes with Blender for roots. Oh, that's true. That is true. You know what? Let's try it out. I've been wanting to mess with it. I have not used it before, but I have seen it. I've looked at it before. I just haven't really screwed around with it too much. So IvyGen, let's look at the documentation that can help point us in the right direction. Based on the wonderful code by Thomas Luft and his original IvyGen program. Original Blender port by Test Screens. Activation, go Blenders, add curves. So click add curve and then IvyGen to enable the script. Awesome. Located in 3D viewport sidebar, create tab. That's probably right here. Operator, use the update IvyGen operator. Fantastic. So again, we'll just add in our root. And I'm going to do this with a curve. So we'll add in a curve. Bezier curves should be fine. I was going to use a Bezier curve, but and then because you can convert curves into tubes, and you can create randomness in the scale of your tubes when you're doing it that way. So that's actually the way I was going to do it, but let's mess around with this. So we have IvyGen, which also might be under the modifiers section. Just saw that you can use CUDA in your systems. Have you tried optics? No, CUDA's better. It should be faster, at least if you have 1 GPU. I have 2 GPUs, and the real killer, the reason why I use what I use CUDA because I also have a Threadripper 32 core, so I can use all of that at once. I believe optics only uses 1 GPU at a time. Under the create tab, Omniverse, Real Snow, Atmosphere, create, Ivy generator, and on a mesh object. So if I take this object and then convert, where's the convert button? It's down there. Convert to mesh. Then add new Ivy. This might work for some other things. I'm not sure that this is going to work for our root though, Victor. Unless I make this thinner potentially. Add new Ivy. Because I could select the whole ground as a whole and say add new Ivy. Oh, it really only does it in the one area. Maximum Ivy length. 3 meters. Flow length. Primary weight. I don't want to grow the leaves because I'm deleting those anyways. Wait, add new Ivy. I mean, that's pretty cool. I don't like the part where it's floating here in the middle, but certainly add some stuff. Okay, and then I need, let's see, a cube. Well, a cube is roughly the size of a human. So if we scale everything down on our 3D cursor here. Thinking that's probably roughly the correct height. And then now if we apply all transforms to this guy and then add new Ivy, the roots will be the correct scale, firstly. And I mean, that's not bad. I would say let's make it a little thicker. It's pretty cool. We might even want to add in a subdivide surface though to round out some of the edges just so that it doesn't feel so jaggedy. Yeah, that certainly helps a little bit. Do love how it's going over. Well, it's actually intersecting with some of the rocks. Can we make it not do that by selecting multiple objects at the same time? I think that might help. Let's try this one as well and then hit. Oh, you can't. Gotcha. Default ivy. Hey man, I'm new here. I recently started 3D. Well, welcome. And I've been making environments by following tutorials and stuff. Would you find sharing me some tips? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great tutorials out there that I 100% recommend. The real trick with learning 3D is just experimenting and trying new things, like what I'm trying to do right now. There's a lot more to Blender than you would think, and you know, just experimenting with the different ways you can do stuff. Don't be afraid to try new things. The best tip that I can give. There's many ways to do stuff, and just because there is another way doesn't mean it's necessarily a better way. Which this may actually add some nice detail into my scene without me manually having to do it, which is a better way, right? That's the perfect time to plug the Discord. You're right. Thank you, Victor. Victor is actually a very active person on our Discord, and I 100% recommend anybody that is new here to join our Discord. Link is in the description right down here. If you scroll down, hit join the community, we have a Discord at the top of that. There's a lot of very talented people on this Discord. Let's see, can I even copy this link address and then just like paste that? I don't know how I copy, paste. No, that didn't send the message. Boom. Join the Discord. There's a lot of great people on there, and I'm also very active on the Discord as well. And if you got any good questions about Blender, join a voice channel. Someone else can join as well, and they can share your screen or whatever to help you know, with any things that you need help with. Also, there's a good showcasing section, so if you do have stuff that you want comments on, that's another great place. Upload your photo there and you will see what other people have for recommendations. But I will say, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. When working in the world of art, there are many ways to do stuff. So if somebody gives you a suggestion, it could be a very, very good suggestion. And it could also be a suggestion that maybe just doesn't work for you. But if you've got technical questions, that's 100%, you know, I 100% think that like joining a community and hearing what other people's suggestions are is going to help you grow and be better. Well, welcome to the Discord, the latest member of our Discord right here. Thank you so much for subscribing also, by the way. I really appreciate that. I'm going to find a few more things. Yeah, thank you, Victor. See, man, I'm new at this. I like sometimes forget to plug my own stuff. And I mean, here's the other thing. We did put up these files after these streams are over up on the Patreon. Again, that's paid though, so like, you know, I understand not everyone can do that, but what that also allows you to do is, you know, kind of download project files that I've worked on, whether it be here or nuke files or whatever it is, and then you can access those and kind of see how those things were done or repurpose those assets to your own needing. That's kind of like another big reason why I've done that. Add in some of these bushes over here as well. You can scale that down a little bit too. And really now the whole thing is going to be trying to create a landscape that feels very natural and realistic, you know, and a lot of this is just feeling it out. Feel it out. Because the trick is you can't have anything that's going to auto do this. Like if you use any scatter nodes, even if you randomize the stuff, it just feels very artificial, in my opinion. We're going to rotate this on the median point here. And also, another thing you can do with Botanic, which is cool, is you can firstly randomize the variant. If there's multiple variants, you can randomize. And then the second thing is under the season and then the hue per branch thing, we can actually randomize the color values on each individual plant. So that way, are you feeling the vibe with the music or the thing here? Yeah, man, we get in the vibe around here. I think last week the whole stream was just painting, basically, because I was just painting the armor the whole time. But yeah, you can randomize the transform. We can also snap to a ground piece. That way it doesn't float, especially if you've got ground that's very, you know, the terraforming wise. Let's see, randomize the hue value here for the branches. Let's see, hue per branch, probably just lessen that out. I'm just gonna start to add in some more of these bushes around here. Again, we can scale some of these up, we can scale some of them down. Just kind of creating, filling in our forest here. And the way we work on this is in layers, right? So we're going to kind of add in some bushes first here, and then we're going to start adding in some shrubs and some weeds. Also, the way nature kind of works is it works in like, it's not patternistic, but there are like areas in which it leaves because animals walk through like specific portions of the ground, so they'll probably be walking through this area here. So we want this to feel a little more dead than the vegetation on the outside of it. So just take that, scale it down a little bit. And one of the things I always joke about is with leaves in like forests is it's always thicker than you think. So don't just do the front layer, do things that are behind it that you wouldn't necessarily see, because what that ends up doing is the light refracts through the leaves and you can kind of see that stuff. I watched this good behind the scenes interview of the people that were working on Spider-Man and like the latest Spider-Man films, and it was, I think, the ILM guy that was the VFX supervisor, and they were talking about whether or not, if it's like a blurred out background, like something that's like way off into the distance, would you have a very high detailed model of like a city or something like that, if like they were doing the bridge sequence in the Spider-Man film. And his idea was, he was like, well, even if it's blurred out, they always do a lot of detail on those things. That way the blur looks better, because he's like, you can kind of tell in blur if it's just like low quality or not, which I thought was really interesting, because I would always think that like, well, okay, well, it's a really blurry shot, so you don't need to have an insane amount of detail on your thing. Just grab this, and now we can kind of start repurposing our pathway here. But again, just because I'm like having this curve this direction doesn't mean that I shouldn't be putting stuff behind the bushes back here, because that's how layers are going to work, is that it's going to feel like it has depth to it as we're going. But I want to get this first layer of kind of bushes down. And I am thinking even, let's just grab a whole section like this. We're just going to make it thick. Something like that. And I'm thinking that the way that this one bush is kind of going to be growing, this is it. Let's put that there. Should we always on denoise while rendering scenes and cycles? Actually, I think Victor has a good idea on that. And I even saw some other stuff where what you could do is render out the non-denoised version and use that in comp to recreate some of your sharpness. I'll be honest, I don't know, as far as render settings are concerned, what the most optimal settings are for creating like that sharpness that you want to have inside of your scene. Especially for full CG stuff compared to like matching it inside of your real footage. Just gonna bring that down a little bit. I don't know, do we have any clipping here? Let's see if we see any clipping. There is some clipping right there, so let's see if we can adjust some of these branches, because we don't want them necessarily to be clipping through our rock. I might just delete this whole branch here, so that way it's just probably going to be the easiest thing, honestly. Control L, I think we'll select the whole thing. I don't know with this Ivy thing. So we're in edit mode. Oh, hello. There we go. And then we can delete the vertices. I think that should do it. And we do have some clipping down here. So let's select this specific vertex here. I press Control L and then I'll select the whole branch, and then I'm just going to delete it. We've got so many branches, I'm not too worried. I just want to make sure that the clipping isn't... It's a little easier to just adjust it this way. Like this one back here and this one right here we're going to want to remove. So Shift select that, Control L selects the whole branch, and then delete it. These are the things that we're probably not going to notice inside the final render, but this gives me peace of mind, and I won't have to wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat because I wasn't sure if I screwed up or not. Okay, that's cool. Now overall, I'm thinking that we're gonna want to have some twigs, or let's just see the reference photo again. Just pull it up here. Thinking we're going to want some more rocks throughout because we don't really have too many of those. So I'm going to select some of these smaller guys over here and duplicate that this direction. I'm going to scale these down, but on individual origins. That way they're just smaller individual rocks. And now, how much we're going to see this. If we duplicate this around, let's just create some rocks of different height that are just popping up a little bit. I think, let's see, that's good. Before we get into some shading and texturing, like we just want to do some different 3D models that are gonna help our system out here. And then I'll add a displacement overall on the ground. I think that will help as well. Okay, great. I really like that. Now, if I select the ground here, I'm going to go into our modifier stack on the right side. And we're going to do a few things. First, let's add a subdivide surface, but I'm going to use simple. What that's going to do is it's not going to round our edges. We're using this mostly just to add in some more vertices that we can play with. And I'm also going to then add in a displacement. Hit new and then go over to our texture tab. It added in an image or movie. What this is doing is how it works is the displacement is taking the highest level and the lowest level and then by this strength multiplying that. So currently the lowest level is black and that is this full image here. So we could load an image if we wanted to, or we could just use a randomly generated image here. I'm going to use something like Voronoi. I think that should work nicely. And if you change the intensity, you'll see that overall everything's just going to kind of blow up on our overall scene. I'm just going to keep that at a 1. But what we do want to adjust is make sure that the size is quite a bit smaller because of how large our scene is. Okay. And then inside of our scene, then we can go over to our displacement modifier here and then change this to like a 0.01. And you can kind of see overall, it's just adding in all these like tiny little bumps into our shot through displacement. And I might even, instead of using a subdivide surface, it might be better for us to use a multi-resolution. So I'm going to drop in a multi-res. We're going to keep it simple. Which I guess I screwed that up, but it's fine. I'm just going to add in edge loops here to the edge. Or not. And then we'll set that to shade smooth. And I'm thinking that the Voronoi might not be the answer for us. Let's use clouds. And then I'm going to make the intensity a little bit larger. So instead of 0.01, let's do 0.03. I'm really not a fan of how this is so close to each other here, or like it feels like stretched because of that. I'm wondering if it's because of the UV projections. So I'm going to just project everything from my view up here, and then that should just set the scale more correctly. We'll increase the depth there, and then the scaling sent this to like a 0.01. I need to make the size a little bit smaller, not too small. Okay, and that's pretty subtle, but that'll catch the light a little bit better as it's coming through the shot. I'm gonna take the whole thing though and then just drag it down a little bit. I'm seeing some clipping happening. And start adding in a few more bushes. So I'm gonna go back to spawn assets. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, I like these guys. The ferns. Drop the ferns in. It's gonna just be a layer of ferns behind these other plants. I want it to kind of peek through. I don't really want it to grab our attention too much. It's like maybe we'll see the top of the branch. Let's do something like, I think that should be fine. Yeah, something like that. And that way, just barely seeing it. It's just adding a little bit of life into our shot without us knowing too much that it's there. Just kind of rotate them around. I think that'll be nice. Kind of just like falls off into the background. Okay, and now we can start adding in some of the trees back here. I'm gonna go ahead and save what we're doing. I'm gonna spawn in 6 see what kind of trees we want. Something like maybe more like this. Find something, let's do deciduous trees. I think maybe if the coniferous might be the answer. Just kind of wanted that like dark red wood that we're getting here. I love that. But I'm thinking we're going to have to probably edit our trees to have that. So having like a pinus tree or something. Go ahead and spawn that. And just kind of moving it back to where that tree is back there. Seems about right. But the idea is that we can actually edit the tree to have more of that dark red kind of like color that it has. And when we duplicate these and place them in here, we can actually also just randomize the variant. Is there not more than one of these? I thought there was. So that's A. Technically speaking, this is like another option. I don't know why it's not randomizing to that. I think that's a plugin being broken issue. It's kind of overall just like duplicate these and then just fill them into the areas that we want. I don't want it to be too distracting to the rest of the image, so because the way that we want the light to kind of like stream in from up here, we're going to be creating that with our treescape, but we're going to be customizing that ourselves, so don't get too carried away. That's all I'm saying. I think also it's just going to be a lot of duplicating and making the trees feel more thick, because again, lots of trees. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. And this is more of a cluster back here, so I'm not too concerned about it. I think also our camera's clipping, our end clipping needs to be adjusted. So I'm going to select the actual camera. And if you go into the property settings of it, we're going to set end instead of 100 meters to something like 1,000. We're not going to see 1,000, but we don't want it to clip at 100. So now with these trees, because of how thick we're going to need everything, let's just go ahead and duplicate it and just rotate them around. And we have individual origins selected, so it's just going to rotate them on themselves, which is great because that's all we need. And again, just placing that there. The one thing I'm kind of keeping an eye open for is I need this clearing here, because this is where our sun is going to kind of be streaming through. And we can always adjust all of this stuff later, so we're not really locked into what we have. The other thing I might want to adjust is overall these trees that we have in here. Let's go ahead and save. These trees that we have in here, they're all pretty duplicate-y. So I might want to delete some of them. Feels a little copy-paste sometimes, so I think just kind of like breaking up the rhythm is really what we're trying to do here. Make it feel a little more natural. And once we get into the render, like this all feels very noisy right now, and it shouldn't. So we're going to have to, for the most part, it's all going to be blurred and dark back there. But you do need to know what you're kind of blurring out back there as you're working on it. if that makes much sense. I'm going to focus on our main area here. This will help us also dictate really what we're trying to do. So but set your 3D cursor to the area in which like the camera focus is going to be. For us, it's going to be kind of like this section here. We're going to add in like a dandelion or something like that to like this section. Which, by the way, let's go ahead and just add in that dandelion. That way we're not doing this blind. Something like, I like that flower, but let's see what else we have here. Doesn't necessarily need to be a dandelion. I might even like doing like a rose, but I feel like a rose just by itself would seem weird. I don't know. I'm gonna add in like, ooh, that's massive. I'm gonna take this guy and then put him in the ground. Something like that. It just feels a little like it's been pushed to the side over the years by some animals brushing past it. And just left to grow all alone in this forest. I think we're going to let that into the ground, just making sure, like some of these leaves, they cannot do that. So what we'll do is we'll convert it to an editable object. And then if I go into here, let's go ahead and select this leaf here. I'm going to rotate this, let's say right there, on the 3D cursor. Ooh, no. We need to rotate this, but I'm using, there we go. Gotta scale it down. I'm using kind of like this proportional editing. That's going to allow me to rotate that up and not have any problems. Because you don't want it to feel too jagged. So that looks pretty good. Like it's more resting on the ground. Aim that direction. Don't want this to be taking away from it too much, so let's pull it back a little bit. That way it's kind of just the flower here. I really don't know. I'm thinking the other thing is, since this is an editable object, let's see. I just want like one red flower on it. That way we're not drawing our eyes to like too much. Just select some of these other flowers and remove them. I want to like artistically draw the viewer to like just the one area. We do still have this red flower back there, but I don't know. Let's try this. I'm going to start deleting some of these leaves as well. Let's try that. Control L. Vertices. Get rid of some of these floating leaves now. See, I'm fine with that up there. Actually, kind of like want to get rid of all of these down here. Just select everything there. Let's not forget that leaf there. And now, yeah, feels a little better. Now let's go ahead and set the focus on like this specific flower. So I'm going to add in an empty, let's do a plane axis, scale that guy down. I'm going to call this empty in here. We'll call him focus. Just so we know what it's called. As we select our camera now though, we can go to our property settings for it and then enable depth of field. I'm going to select focus. And since this is like a very small scene, it's going to look better with shallower depth of field. So if I go into here and then turn on, let's see, under our view settings, we go select depth of field. That's already, that's already going to be kind of like in the world we want to be in. And you can already see that our eye is being drawn to that just because of the focus, right? So now we can make some choices with the lighting that will help reflect that choice. I'm going to grab both these guys, and as we move it around in our scene, we can see kind of like the focus being shifted. And we're going to find our happy spot. I think that's nice. I think that's gonna play nicely with the scene. Just like that spot right there. And then we'll add our bugs in and stuff like that. Let's try to add in some of our particles. So here's what I'm kind of thinking. We'll go ahead and add in a plane. Move this plane over here. Probably something overhead a bit. And we shouldn't really see him, so it'll just be off camera a little bit. And if we select this and go to our particles, we can add in a new emitter. And what this is going to do is it's basically just going to drop a bunch of particles into our scene. We're going to want something like, let's add in UV sphere. Swap this over to a median point, or individuals is fine. I'll just scale that down. Hit all, apply all transforms. Now, if we go to our render settings, instead of halo being selected, which we could keep halo selected, we just need to change the size values of our halo that we're doing. Basically, what we're trying to do, wow, that's still huge, dude. Let's, is that not changing the scaling of our, it doesn't matter because we're going to be changing this anyways. Let's change this to object, and then our object is going to be that sphere that we added in. So let's just select sphere, and our size might be too small. I do not know why it is putting them over there. That's crazy. Okay, now they're super small, probably roughly about the same correct size. But they're flying down way too fast. So let's change some of our settings here. So firstly, I want to make them more buoyed. So I think under physics, let's change this to buoys. And we'll change the movement speed to something like a 0.1. I'm going to set the end to be like much shorter so that way I can actually loop this without having to do too much. Let's see. We're going to want to make them flying downwards. That way they're not just flying on the same platform. I don't want to allow flight. Let's see. Kind of just floating around there. We can either change it to buoys or we can keep it Newtonian, but then go to the physics settings here, increase Brownian to be like much higher, and then drag to be much higher. And change the gravity. So let's go to our field weights here and change the gravity to be much less. And as we can see, they're already kind of throughout the scene like what we need, but not enough of them. So let's change the number of these to something like 10,000. And now we're going to get kind of like these spheres everywhere. Honestly, that's fine. I'm going to select this now, though, and then we'll go to our modifiers. And I can instance these spheres rather than having a particle system. And so now if I select this whole thing up here, I could delete that. I think the only problem is that my instance spheres are all like here. They're all just in one big bunch of them. So let's select all of them at the same time. We're gonna have to scroll down for this. It's a lot of them because I said 10,000 and it only spawned in 2,500 at one time. But with all of those selected, and then we'll just select one here near the top, we can hit Control J, and that's gonna join all of them into one big object rather than it being a bunch of small objects. And now we can move that around pretty easily. I don't know what that is, but we can get rid of it. Now we just have this big glob of spheres that we've got going on. We can actually move this around in our scene, and we can customize, you know, like how close these are pretty easily because we are just doing a still image, so kind of get away with this. Now we got them kind of in the area that we want. Maybe I want a little bit more. So, well, it kind of depends. Let's look at our reference here. Yeah, we want a little more. So let's take everything here, and we can literally just duplicate it a few times. And now, again, we just select all of our spheres that we have. Just join them together. So now we got this big clump of them. Now we're just going to go ahead and add new material. Normally I would add something like this, like dust, inside of like Nuke. So, you know what? If this doesn't look good, then we can just go back over to Nuke and do it there. I like to add in like a glass or something like that that's going to have like a higher roughness value. And then we can also make them semi-transparent, because right now they're going to appear pretty opaque. And let's go ahead and save that and go into our atmosphere. We're going to add in a physical atmosphere. This is another plugin you guys can grab out on Blender Marketplace, one of my favorites. And I think that's probably the right direction for the sun. If anything, it's probably something like this. You could just create a cube, spawn particles into the volume, and that would make it more permanent and flexible. Yeah, that's actually how I did this. I just used a plane and did the same thing. But I wanted to make it a still image, so... But yes, totally. That is actually the way we did that here. Let's see what this looks like in render view now. Well, everything is not textured. Oh, wait a second. This is Eevee, isn't it? Swap over to cycles. We don't use Eevee around these parts. But Magic Mark, welcome to the chat. Actually, yeah, I'm not a fan whatsoever of these dust particles that we did. We're going to go ahead and delete those. We could just do that in comp, and I have assets that look really good because Action VFX has a lot of great assets to use. So there's not really a huge reason to reinvent the wheel when you've got good stuff already. Okay, now it's just a lot of shaping to get it to be where we need it, and also getting the light direction to be correct. What I'm trying to do is create like this opening that we're not necessarily seeing right now. It needs to feel darker in this section here. Great. I like that. And like a, you know, kind of a bit of a warmer sun or something like that to make it feel more sunsetty. We'll also probably increase the density overall. So let's increase that to something. Let's see what a 3 looks like. Just kind of like making it feel like there's a little more atmosphere going on. Go ahead and save that. And what I like to do also in my scenes here is add in like a cube. And let's go ahead and scale this cube up. This will also allow us to know if like what we need to do as far as modeling is concerned, because normally I do this way later, but this is kind of like a very important part of this particular scene. So let's go ahead and take this guy, scale him by X, scale him by Y. Just kind of fit him into the scene a little bit. And here I'm going to add in a new scatter node for our volume. Do a vertical split and add in a shader editor. We're going to delete our principal BSDF for this fog element that we're doing and add in a nice volume scatter. Oh yeah, gobos totally could do gobos, and in fact actually I probably still will do a gobo depending on how well these trees are working out here. What I do need is these trees to be back here for lighting, but we could also do it with a flag, so include the anisotropy a little bit higher, and let's see, 0.01 for this. Like, and as you mentioned, for this anyways, we're going to want the light to be streaking in a very specific path. So actually, let's turn this visibility down so that way, well, I'm going to turn on viewport display. Let's scroll down here and then swap this over to a wireframe. And we're not going to need as many trees back here. In fact, actually, we really don't need any trees back there. It's specifically this tree that we need. Uh-oh. What did I just do? Did I accidentally delete some trees that I was supposed to see? Oh, I deleted my camera. That's what happened. That's hilarious. I was like, what just happened, guys? Can't have a camera if you don't have a camera. And I'm going to add in another sun that will just face this direction for the lighting of this kind of flare that we're adding in here. And for our density, let's hike this number up to something a little bit higher. And you know what? You're probably right with the gobo. Whoopsies. I'm going to add in one. Let's do Shift S, cursor to selected. I just need to at least know if I'm having enough density on the fog, because right now I'm doing a lot of guesswork here. Does the camera sensor size matter in Blender? Yes. Technically speaking, and that's why I kind of did this earlier, you want your entire... Whoops. That's what's going on here. You want your entire world settings to be the same, like as close as possible to real-world accuracy. And that's what I was doing earlier with adding in the cube there, because a cube is roughly, what, the size of a human. I'm going to... That needs to be further down that way. Let's just, I'm using that to line it up to see if we can get this circle here as a shadow on the ground, because that's when you know that you did that correct. Unless the density of the physical plugin that I'm using is screwing everything up, which is very possible. It's very, 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 very possible. Should be a circle. Okay. Don't know why it's getting that over there based off of this. I'm going to re-add in a plane. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. And that's fine. That's what I would expect. So what I'm trying to do is, let's take this entire botanic thing. I'm just going to simplify this as much as possible. Let's disable this botanic. And then let's add in our circle. Scale that to something like that. Scale that up completely. Does it apply in Blender? Do you mean like the size of your thing? Yeah, it should. You 100% should have the correct scaling for your scene in Blender. There it is. Scale that down to something that's manageable. And yes. This guy right here, let's rotate him this direction and kind of just line this up with our circle kind of going where we want our shadows to be. Kind of did this the most backwards way it possibly could have been, didn't I? Let's point that in the direction that we're going to want the shadow to kind of be. And then find out where the gobo needs to be in relation to that. We can actually even hide this right now because we don't need the volume set up. But yeah, there we go. So now we'll set that up to how we need it. How to get lens distortion profiles. Well, you can add those into are you talking about the profiles themselves, or are you talking about like just adding lens distortion? I think there's a way to add lens distortion in Blender. I'll be honest, never did it directly in Blender. I always composite in Nuke. So I'm not quite sure on that front how to do that. Okay, so now we're going to get our lighting to kind of be in that area there because of this gobo. Now, if we take our overall light here, I'm going to just increase the intensity quite a bit. And then the angle, we can... Is it decrease the angle? Is that what we want? Oh, I see what's going on here. It's this sun that's creating the shadow. Alrighty then. You don't have the money to buy lenses to get the distortions. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, you're talking about just overall trying to get the I don't know the best way to do that then. I don't know if there's a profile that you can get online somewhere. I've always gotten profiles from like films that I've worked on, and that's how I've done it that way. But obviously that doesn't work for everyone. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what the best way to do that would be. Okay, I'm gonna unhide everything now. And let's re-add in Botanic. And with that being said though, let's go back to camera view here. We should already be getting some lens flares that are happening. But I'm thinking that the density of this is fighting against the density of everything else. So let's decrease that back to like a 1.2. And let's see. Our actual atmosphere that we have here. Let's make some adjustments to this guy. And yeah, now we're starting to get those streaks inside of our image there. The reason I added this circle at the very top though, was that way we can actually create shapes based off of this. Do stmaps / equal lens distortion. Stmaps are basically created from lenses, so they don't necessarily equal lens distortion, but they equal a map in how to replicate, or to how to either replicate the distortion or how to replicate the undistortion that you would need in order to undistort an image. Since all of CG works in a completely like undistorted environment, you need to redistort things back when you're placing it back into real footage. I kind of do things a little weird on these renders. What I'll do is I will just drop it into Nuke and then drag up the amount of distortion. Instead of like replicating an actual lens, I kind of just do that. Although, hey, if you do find a library of like ST maps of like legit lenses, let me know, because I would freaking love that to use in my daily workflow for these like CG stuff. Because right now, that's like the one thing that kind of bothers me a little bit with what I do. ST maps are good. I do like ST maps. They're pretty efficient too, and then they don't hurt your system all that much. A little too red on the overall fog. I'm thinking something like that, and then we can remove some of the saturation. And then this gobo that we added in at the very top here. Let's see. I'm gonna find this is kind of what I'm looking through. I just looked through like black and white photos of a gobo for like leaves. You know, honestly, this looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and oh, can I not open this image? Open in reading mode, view page source, inspect, save as. What the heck? You can't load the image? Pinterest? That's fine. This looks just as good. This looks just as good, and I can load it. Holy cow, that is low quality. It's fine. We'll make do. Wish I had Topaz. That's what I wish I had here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and edit this in MS Paint right now. And with that, we could do freeform selection. And I'm just going to select this outside area. Invert selection. And we'll set that to black. And so if I delete that, it's only going to have black everywhere, guys. That's crazy how cool and easy that was. Let's see. Gobo Design 01. And now if we go to our plane that we have selected all the way up here at the top, I'm going to add in a new material called Gobo. What are your favorite camera lenses? It's a good question. I don't actually have favorite camera lenses. I probably should. As a filmmaker, I should have favorite camera lenses. I think like I could tell you what my favorite camera lenses were if I was shooting on them, like or if I saw them, I'd be like, oh yeah, those are the ones that I like. We shot my film last year on Zeiss Pro lenses, so which were really good. I really like those. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the different lenses to know. I think also it has a lot to do with like how you use the lenses, right? Like, I don't know. Wait, what am I doing here? What is this? What did I accidentally select? Oh, is that the sky? So if I add a new material to this circle here and then add in an image texture. What is your favorite cam lens? Just made some food and I thought I was rhubarb season, but it's not. Way too sour. Rhubarb season? I've never had rhubarb. I don't think I have. And if I don't think I have, I probably haven't. Let's just be real. Is that how that works? I'm going to use Smart UV Unwrap, and then that way I can kind of just get this texture to be here. You'll notice, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to load this texture in. It's a black and white photo. And what we're going to do is we're going to invert this photo so that way everything's going to be black except for, you know, I really hate how inverts work in Blender. They almost never work. Here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to use color ramp, drag that into there. I don't think I've had a rhubarb cake. Yeah, I don't think I have. You'd honestly be surprised if I've never had it. It's fairly common. I don't know, but do you know my mom? Okay, and so now, for whatever reason, that decided to make everything super chunky. Rhubarb is usually used in pies. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I may have had rhubarb in a pie. I may have had rhubarb pie. But I couldn't be sure if I have or haven't. I'm going to plug that into the alpha here. So now what we're going to do is we have our alpha. We can control how much alpha by this black level here. So if we do that, it should work pretty good. What that's going to do is it's actually going to just throw like some shadows down on our ground here of the from that circle. I'm going to disable our botanics. That way we can actually see what is being cast by botanic and what is not. And that should be there. Overall, this light that is going through our circle needs to be a little sharper. Looks pretty good to me. And then overall, on the outside edge of the circle here, I'm going to extrude outwards. And then that's going to kind of make it so that only a few light can really make it through that area. I'm going to scale this down also. Something like that. I'm going to also move this a little closer to the camera. Oopsies. Okay, that's pretty cool. And so then that's going to cast some light into our scene a little differently. And with that being said, let's go ahead and add our botanic back in, see if that shadow drops out at all. And it does. So we can adjust this by deleting this tree, probably. Yeah, I think that fixes it. Okay. Nice. Oh, you know what? I think I have had rhubarb. Is that like that really, it's like really dark red with like kind of seeds, like very seedy, very like has a lot of seeds in it? It describes like almost every berry. Covering all my bases here, guys, okay? You never know. Delete only the faces on this side here. I'm going to scale this up also, and then drag that back so it's not affecting any of the shadows. But with this, we can kind of scale it down and just make it black. Wait, rhubarb's not a berry? Okay. Well, then I definitely don't know what I'm talking about. Welcome to Food Lessons with Connor. The part of the show where you guys and I learn about new foods. Which, by the way, guys, what is your favorite dessert item? What is your favorite dessert item? Because I think here in America, we don't have as many dessert. Well, do we? I feel like we're pretty diverse with our desserts. It's a little rough to gauge. I'm going to add in some more light into this scene. Let's go ahead and add in... Where are my light options? There they are. Area light. Kind of behind this bush back here. I want it to feel a little more translucent. So I'm going to shoot a light at the back of it. And let's go ahead and increase the power of that light. And you can kind of see those leaves light up a little bit. I'm going for just like a little more warmer yellow kind of like feel to the scene. So just adding in some more light. Tiramisu is awesome, quick and easy to make. I don't like tiramisu personally because I don't drink coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. And tiramisu is basically just a coffee cake. However, I've had some great tiramisu. And I enjoy it. It's not that I don't enjoy it. I'm not like out here eating tiramisu every day. Your favorite American dessert? Well, of course, brownies, dude. You can't go wrong with brownies. By the way, are brownies actually called brownies? Or is that just like the colloquial name that we've all kind of just given it? Is there an official name for brownies that we have all just like forgotten over time? Because I do feel that sometimes that like we have our naming has just like, oh, we don't want that too much. Let's put that back here. Can I share my plants? I cannot. These are well, yes and no. These are actually uploaded in the project files. I can't give you the plugin, but they are in the project files for these, and you can find those over on our Patreon. Links in the description. And with the Patreon, there's a lot of other great stuff that you guys get as well. For instance, week early uploads to tutorials and videos. Also some private exclusive content that's not on the rest of our YouTube channel. I think that all lights up pretty nicely back there. I do kind of want a little more shadow on this back section of the environment. But yes, to answer your question, that's where you can get the plants. Are also awesome. I can't even. Und Kaiserschmarrn. Gumknudel und Kaiserschmarrn. So Gumknudel and what? Kaiserschmarrn? I don't even know what that is. I mean, chocolate brownies have been around for over 100 years. Okay, Ben. It's definitely the correct name. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to, you know, understand what the overall everything. One thing I want to be aware of is that we're probably going to be, as with adding in these area lights, is that they will be affecting the surrounding environment a bit more. So if we go down here into visibility and unchecked volume scatter, it's not going to affect the overall brightness of the scene. Almost. Let's see. Gumknudel und Kaiserschmarrn. Gumknudel und Kaiserschmarrn. Kaiserschmarrn. Welcome to the show where Connor tries to speak languages. Man, languages are hard, man. I can barely speak English. I wish we used plum in more desserts here in America. Gumknudel sounds delicious. What is it? You don't have to scream to pronounce. Hey, I'm not screaming. I'm not screaming. I'm talking, man. Although I am talking directly into the mic. The R is harder. Oh, I'm getting further off, dude. I know I'm getting further off. I apologize to all the German-speaking people in this chat. They're all going, shut up, Connor. You can't speak languages like that. And that's a fair point. I'll ask you later on the Discord. I'm going to change the brightness of this light to be a little bit less. Really just trying to catch the edge of this, like, flower here. And can I overall just like adding in like a point light? Maybe not. We'll do this in comp also. We can add some more contrast in that way. Gurmknudel. Can someone explain at least what that is to me? I don't even know what that is, and I can't Google it right now because I'm working. Okay. And honestly, we won't know how the contrast is for that until the rest of our scene's lighting or shading is kind of complete. So, let's go ahead and... Man, that all turned out really nice. I think we're going to want to add in some more layers back here. So let's go ahead and do that also, since we're working on this particular part of it. I'll go back to Botanic, and then we can spawn some more flowers and plants. It's like a dessert dumpling. Can someone make me some? I want some dessert dumplings. go over here and duplicate that. I tried to, by the way, speaking of Germany, I submitted to some film festivals in Germany. I know I didn't get into the one, but I really wasn't expecting to get into it either, to be fair. It's like it was like an extreme horror festival. And I was like, well, my film is not that. And then my parents are going to Germany, 2 weeks from now? 3 weeks from now? Lucky them. I have to do what's called work. Okay, let's see. Let's served with vanilla sauce and poppy seeds. Et la crème, as they say. La crème. I'm thinking we might. Overall, I'm not too angry about that. Let's add some grass in. Might as well. A dandelion field? No. Let's see. Alpine meadow. I'm gonna want quite a bit of dirt. So what I'm going to do also before we do this, let's go in and add in with weight paint the areas in which we want the grass to live. So follow kind of like the vegetation that's happening here. We're not really seeing past any of that anyways. But what I do want is just to kind of follow that line. So that way when we do add the grass in, it's kind of like following along that walkway area. And let's do that. Just so we get a little bit of grass, but not much. So now we'll go back to object mode, and then inside of scatter, let's select this meadow option. Click OK. And it's way too big, but first select density group. So that way it groups everything. And now we're going to change the total number of them to probably like 1,000. Change the size of them. Already that's feeling way better, guys. Way better. Now I'm going to want to have some dirt that's going to kind of pop into here. What's the best way to add dirt in? Like, I kind of want that grainy dirt kind of feel. And since we're so close up, this is why I kind of wanted to do this render today. I'm not going to lie. I've been wanting to like screw around with creating some like high quality grounds for a while now. Because I just feel like sometimes it's really easy to throw a texture on it because, oh, well, that's just the ground. You're barely going to see it. Whereas that's kind of like the whole thing on this shot. And I want it to feel sharp and like dirty rather than it feeling kind of, I feel like texture, like PBR textures can come off as kind of blurry almost. Whoopsies. Which, by the way, good time to talk to you guys about hitting the subscribe button. If you're not subscribed, then do it. When did I go over to this screen and then sit on this screen for like the last hour? But yeah, now we're back over here. I added a weight paint. That's all I did. I'm gonna grab these vines and let's add a new material in for them. Go ahead and hit the save button there. Let's see what we look like in the render view currently. Ben, you'll be telling me later about how long I've been sitting on that screen. Looks pretty good. It's pretty green. I don't want the ground to be more dirty, of course. Okay, I think I have an idea of something else I want to do real quick. Is let's select that flower that is the left side of our screen here, and let's take him, duplicate. And I'm going to select the flower head. Let's press Control L here. And let's invert the selection. Oopsies. And delete everything. So that way we have like another kind of flower, but it's just like a piece. I'm even thinking that, let's do this, Control L, delete that whole section as well. So that way it's just this flower. And then for the ground, I'm going to hand paint the areas in which we want the dirt to be. So let's select the ground, and under our base grade here, similar to like what we did last week, I'm going to go over to texture paint, and whoa, that's why the scaling would be off on the texture, by the way, which we can fix. I'm gonna, yeah, let's fix that real quick. If I swap this over to, well, I'm not going to do this under the texture paint tab. If we go to material preview, we can do this pretty simply here. I think the scaling is all the way back here, right? Yeah. Oh, it's weird how they're doing this. So they have the UV kind of coming in here. I think I could do a texture coordinate and drop that in between the UV. I think that's how this works. If I drag this into the UV map selection, it's a little bit closer, but now let's go ahead and use a mapping. And we plug that into here. And then I can use a value node. And the current value is set to 1. So if I just grab the value and plug that into scale, it'll set 1s to X, Y, and Z. But now if I change this to something like a 2, it'll make the entire scaling of our mapping smaller. So, at least it should. There might actually be something broken with the way we're doing this. I mean, I can live with the size there because honestly, the grass is not our biggest problem. The biggest problem for us is add an image texture. We want dirt for the majority of the area. So let's go back over here to texture paint. And I'm going to say image new, and we will change this size to be like 4096 by 4096. A little higher quality. And that's going to be this photo here. Now if I could just do this all in one tab. Need to select that untitled photo because I actually didn't give it a name. And we go ahead and view it. It'll just be all black. So now if we go to our texture paint option, wherever we paint, it will be white. And we're just going to create the areas in which we want all the dirt to exist. So we're just going to create a matte painting basically is what we're doing here. We could do this from the camera angle. Actually, it's a little bit easier doing it from the camera angle. Because we can kind of just pick the areas in which we want. So. And then, you know, just play with it. This is the part where you guys can just be a little more artistic in how you want the dirt to fall on the ground around everything. And even having some areas where the dirt starts to come back in can be nice. I don't think we're going to see this far back, but and what that's doing basically is it's painting on our photo here. Yeah, there it is. It's all the way down there. It's painting on our photo here everywhere that we're painting. And that's getting applied live into our image texture over here. And we can save this image texture and load it for different purposes. We're primarily going to be using this to drive our shaders and which shaders we want to view at a specific time. Which will be really useful to go between dirt and grass. So for this area over here, I like to use sometimes a texture mask. And they have a default texture mask here. You can also load in your own image textures. So let's see. If I go back to our tools, 1 second. And we go down here, we can hit new. This new texture mask, we can call it, you know, dirty or something. I'm going to load in texture mask. You'll notice that over here, if we do select dirty, it's just an image or movie, and I can load in something like a let me go to my pictures real quick. I got surface imperfections. All of these guys are the stuff that I was talking about on my Patreon that you guys can grab. It's our surface imperfections pack. We've got an assortment of different things. We've got cracks, dust, finger prints, residue, scratches, smudges, stains. These are all photos that I took and scanned into the computer that you can use for different purposes. So I'm going to use something like, let's use this number 15 here. These all have different names now, but in the actual pack, they have like names that make sense. But for me, I just like to go in and find something that looks really good for me. And then instead of tiled, I'm going to do something like random. And what we can do now is I can paint in around these certain areas. It is important to note, let's see, I think I just need this to be back over on texture. So that way we can do things correctly. The higher res your material is, the more you're going to see a lot of this stuff. So this may or may not be visible depending on how high res your photo is and what all your settings are set to. Like right now, this is a little more difficult to see, but the blood work that we did last week, we used, and you can see all the details inside of the textures there. But yeah, I'm just kind of adding in some fringe to the edge here so it doesn't feel so smooth and flat, which is not ideal for creating something that is supposed to be more realistic. You want it to feel like there's a little bit more of a fall off to it. And it's looking pretty good there. Let's just clean up down here, and I think we're good. Okay, so that's all selected and inputted into our lovely photo that we have. Let's go ahead back over to our layout section, and we're going to notice immediately that it already has our image texture loaded in here because that's what we did previously. Actually, we might want to save our work, so let's go ahead and do that real quick, so that way we don't lose this. I'm going to save this to a folder. Oh, whoops. We already have a folder called VFX Materials. And we'll call this Dirt Matte. What is your process in taking the photos? So it depended on what type of photos, because there were different things. So the last like couple years, I've been taking photos of like different things. Like I'll go out and about, and if you see like cracked glass or something like that, I always like to take my phone out and then like scan them that way, and then I convert them to linear in my pipeline through Nuke. And once we convert them into linear, you can use them pretty much for anything that you need. But like dust and residue like that, you could take like an iPad screen or a computer screen and then scan in different stuff in order to be able to achieve like different surface imperfection stuff. To make them seamless was the real trick, because all of my textures were seamless as well. And that, I don't know that I necessarily want to share with you guys how I did it. Because there's a bit of a trickery that you can do inside of Photoshop to do that. There are different ways to make things seamless, but I think mine is a pretty cool way that I haven't seen really anybody do yet. Okay, so we've got our basic green grass here, and then we've got our matte for what we will be doing between that. Let's use a mix shader node, and if I drop that down here, essentially we're going to want to create a new principled BSDF or something, because we'll be creating this material ourselves. But let's just say we wanted to have like a brown dirt, and I will be adding in those textures here soon. I'm going to plug both those in. Everywhere that it's white, it's going to put in the brown texture, and everywhere that it's black, it's going to put in the green grass. And so I'll drop that into the FAC at the very top here. And if we view this now, you can kind of see this happen live. It drops in the dirt everywhere that it needs to be, and then the green grass in the other areas. And that should feel a little more natural. Let's go ahead and see how that looks over here. We can always make some adjustments to our matte, because again, this is just the matte, and it's seeing that matte inside of our system and then updating accordingly. Let's see. Turn the specularity off to look at this a little closer. It's pretty nice. I'm gonna have to adjust the roots. I am out of water in that cup, so now this is the part of the day where we swap over to a regular water bottle. Okay, our vines that we're adding in. Can't really look at our reference photo to see what those are supposed to look like, because I'm not necessarily using anything from there. But we can use Blender Kit. Let's actually use Blender Kit to see if they've got like any like twig wood textures. Pebble ground twig. I know this is supposed to be like on the ground materials, so we may or may not like any of these, but we're not going to really see. I almost wonder if I do just select this guy, it's going to make all the vines have that material on it. Let's see what that looks like. Kind of could just overall work. I mean, the dirt itself looks pretty trash right now, so let's fix some of that. It's kind of hard to judge because everything feels very swampy right now. Which needs some more highlights in there for the hotness of the sun coming in through the back. Might do one more other thing. Let's grab another sun here. I like to sometimes go to camera view, and then if we, whoopsies, grab that sun and then just kind of put it in the camera view, we could see what direction it's going to point in orientation to the camera. I'm wanting this to kind of come almost directly at the camera. Something a little more like that. And then this sun, let's make it a little warmer. And change the intensity something a little higher. I think that's doing much. Why is that not doing much? I feel like it should be. But it's not. Which means we can also just go into our... I don't understand why... Maybe something with this plugin is stopping other suns? Don't actually know. Let's go to the top view here. I'm going to want something a little bit more like the sun's right here. Then we can adjust our gobo again here in a second. This is where we're just going to play around a little bit to get the effect that we need. And adjust the density to be a little higher, maybe. And that's creating kind of like a nice wash there. Be concerned about this tree. Actually, that does add like some nice shape into it. So let's keep that in there. And let's make the temperature cooler, I think. Yeah. And then overall change the... Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like that. That's just going to make it... It's so funny because it's like, it's opposite of what you would think. A cooler sun makes your scene warmer. So if you want a warmer scene, you need a cooler light. Right? Because a hotter light would be cooler for the overall appearance of your scene. Okay, that works pretty nicely with me. There's a lot of like this weird, you can see through the trees way back there. So we're going to want to fill that in, of course, as well. Otherwise, that's adding unnecessary noise to our scene that we will not want. There's a couple ways we could do that. We could take the same trees that we have and just duplicate them downwards. Although I tend to think that just looks exactly like what you would think it would look like. Whereas if you take different values, like bushes, for instance, when we take these bushes, we could take these all the way back here, scale them up. And now if I go to solid view, if we grab these, scale them up a little bit, not by much, something like that should be fine. And I start to duplicate these and make them a little thicker. I can then grab these bushes and start to duplicate them throughout our scene here. And this will make it so that way we don't necessarily see through. We can even test that out in this specific section here. Let's go ahead and go back to our render view. And yeah, that definitely thickens that up a little bit. So let's take this whole thing and, you know, again, don't make it feel too copy pasty. You're gonna regret that later. So try to make it feel a little more natural into the scene, into different areas. And that should a little bit take out the kind of blue that we're going to see through there. We don't want to see sky through our leaves, at least not that low. Doesn't make sense to. You could also add in like a plane or something like that, especially at this point where you don't necessarily, like that adds in like this information of leaves and branches. And we could throw a plane back there that will kind of just stop light from coming through. I think this is pretty nice. I think that's pretty nice. Before we go on to the dirt, I'm just kind of looking at the overall lighting of everything here. We might want to move on to the dirt just to see what we need to do to it. And then once we have that, we know what we have to do for lighting for the dirt. Excuse me. That's kind of what we're working with so far. How long have I been streaming for? It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Roughly 2 hours. Okay. Very cool. Hey, by the way, hit the subscribe button if you guys aren't already. We do these streams weekly, so we'll be back next week with a new render and a new challenge for us to be creating. We also started up recently midweek streams on Tuesdays. I've been doing compositing shots, so if you guys are more interested in the VFX side of things and you want to see that, then join those. Those are on Tuesday mornings. So, and I've been really looking forward to those. Those are a lot of fun to do. So yeah, Tuesday morning, join the Discord. You guys won't miss any streams that way, is if you guys are part of the Discord. And the link for that is, of course, in the description, as well as the links to pretty much everything else that we use on these streams and so on. Okay, let's jump back into this here. I'm thinking let's do the dirt right now, and then we can move forward for some more lighting, I think we're going to want to just set up some more picturesque niceness on this section here so that'll not feel like it's blending too much into the background. And so we could do a few things to make sure that happens. I'm going to select the dirt though first, and let's start working on that. If I add in a new material here, this may or may not work. I'm going to see what kind of dirt textures they have on I actually like this one. This one's pretty good. That's not so good. Ooh. I like this one. Let's grab that. I don't want to overwrite this base grass. That's what I was kind of concerned about. But if we add it into its own separate material, it's not being used right now. Because it's its own separate material and everything is using the other material. But what we can do is we can just select this whole thing. Let's copy it. And then if we go over to our base grass now, let's find it. There it is. And then we just hit paste. That's going to drop this material down here. We're going to need to take this displacement though. And well, firstly, we could take the principled BSDF and replace the brown that we already have. Okay. And that's going to kind of replace everything there. And now this is using UVs. And our UVs are really screwed up right now. So it's a way to do this. Let's use generated. And then we'll go back to that in a second. Let's grab our displacement and then make sure that's plugged into the displacement at the very top. And overall, let's change the scale option over here. So we'll change the value to something higher. Let's do 3. Plug that into scale. And that should adjust the scale of our dirt specifically. We can see that happen right here if we scale that up. Yep, there we go. I think somewhere around there. I'm just kind of like looking at the overall scale of the scene and if it fits. It's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Overall, our gobo kind of needs to be in a different spot now. I don't think it's really doing anything for us being over there. Right now, let's go ahead and just delete it. Whoopsies. It's a little bit of lag. Sorry about that, guys. Scene is getting decently intensive. I'm going to take our 3D cursor here and place that in the center of our scene. Let's go ahead and duplicate one of these lights. I'm going to rotate around that 3D cursor. Just kind of get roughly a nice angle that's going to give us some shape, but also fill in that whole section so that way it doesn't feel so dark here. Just trying to find a way to give it some shape. And I'm thinking that right there helps out quite a bit with this section. Not so much this. Not like in this. But we can fix that in comp. I'm not as much concerned about this area as I am about this area. So just kind of trying to make sure everything here blends together pretty nicely and feels like it's in the same environment. Let's see. This light here, let's darken it slightly. Give everything overall a different shade. Because right now it feels a little too yellowy in our world. Which, by the way, did I don't think I did. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm not a fan of these twigs now, so let's start making some adjustments on the vine material that we have over here. We can adjust a few of the settings to get this to be a little more accurate. Let's change the value first of all. Let's like half it, make it a little darker, so that way it's a little contrast here in the scene. I'm gonna adjust a lot of these things using crypto mats inside of our comp, but I'm trying to get as much as it can in here look more accurate as possible. And then we're going to want to work on some butterfly things. So that'll be the next thing we're going to tackle is that. But starting to feel a little bit better about the overall kind of composition here inside of the shot. And then, of course, the dust that we will add into our composite. What do you guys think so far? Let me full screen that. What are your thoughts? Notes? Concerns? Questions? What the hells? Just tell me. Thinking... Look at the reference photo again. Just in... A lot of this we can accomplish in grade, so I'm not too worried about that. I don't want to lose too much of the darkness. I think this flare might be a little intensive, so let's add a little bit more trees closer to the camera on this side, similar as this tree here, so that way it feels like the light is kind of coming more down in the center of the image rather than it washing over the overall back area. What the hell? Any questions, concerns? What the hells? That's what we say with the clients. We go, hey, let us know if this is any questions, concerns, or what the hells, and that's the conversation we always have, right? Just a general what the hell. Like, I don't have like an exact reason why I have a what the hell. I just have a what the hell. I'm gonna grab this tree though. This is the close one, and if we just move him over, I'm going to duplicate him also. Oopsies. Let's duplicate this guy to here. And I'm going to move him down. Oh, not too much. And now let's go back to our render view again. Hopefully that darkens it up a bit because the sun should be coming down in this section here and not affecting this tree. We can even move it a little closer to the camera. It should fix that problem. See what that looks like. We can already see that it's a bit darker than the background there, which is good. I'm kind of wanting to maybe scale him too, so let's take a look at doing that. Let's scale him down a little bit. That's much better. Feels better, right? It's like a natural vignette that we're adding into the scene here. Because like we could totally do that in comp, is just adding a vignette in, but sometimes it feels more pleasing to the eyes to have like specific parts of the image like blend really nicely. Might want, really like that. I just either want more, or might want more over here to balance it a little bit better. I'm not a fan of like this whole section here at all, actually. So let's fix that. It feels like it feels too much, man. I think that's a good change there though. Let's grab this plane as a whole and make sure to hit that save button, everybody. Wait, paint now, and I just want this section here to be selected. I start to add in that. What do we see here? Let's a solid view and not too much. Probably want this here. That's good. Start to have it a little more on the right side. A little more below it. Really creep it. I don't want too much. That even might be too much, but let's see what that looks like. So we'll go back to object mode here. Go to render view and then see what that gives us. Now, what's really nice is in comp, I can actually darken this specific grass to be darker and not affect this grass over here. So I can get a matte of just this area, and that way I can really pull that down. Oh, that's feeling so much better. It just felt too flat before. And honestly, these twigs are still bothering me. Then the glow, of course, is going to come in comp, so I'm not really worried about that at all. And then, of course, we're getting the dust later too. But I am thinking this just still feels dark to me. I guess it's supposed to. It's just the lighting wise, though, I just feel like maybe back there it needs to feel a little brighter. Am I crazy right now, guys? Like, I just feel like we're losing this flower. Because I think we are. Another thing I really want to do right now, I wasn't sure how much rocks we were going to get inside of our overall thing, but now Just gonna start duplicating some of these guys around. Add a bounce light. That's not a bad idea. Let's try that. I'm gonna scale this down. Overall, just kind of like just want to add some more rocks in. This will add a little more detail to our shot. Free detail, guys. Free detail. It's not free because I have to do all this work. Yeah, but where would I add the bounce light in? I guess I could put directly in front of it and just make it invisible. It's only a light source, which I think you can do. So now, oopsies, let's go ahead and just select the guy down there. I'm going to add in a new plane. Let's scale it down. And let's see, where's our flower? All the way over there. Let's first get this to work. So I'm going to drop in a bounce plane as you suggested. Kind of just like lift some light up onto it. I'm going to do a few things though also with this. Firstly, let's go into our settings here and we have to deselect shadow. Also volume scatter because I feel like that's going to break things. Now theoretically, this guy, if we drop it into a new collection called bounce. Here we go. The reason why I deselected those options is because I don't think that doing this next thing that I'm about to do actually disables shadow. I think it just makes it only calculate. What you could do is you could select here indirect lighting only. And then now if I select our bounce and we say indirect lighting only, it's only going to use that as a source of light. And right now, that's just pure white bouncing light. If we add in a new plane and change this to a different color, I think white is our best bet right now, although we can make this whatever color we want. I am thinking white's going to be our best bet. Then this light right here. Don't want it to light up our overall environment too much. I'm not angry about that though. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not angry about that. Let's see what changing the color of the plane does for us. I actually think that looks better as yellow. It's very subtle, but it happens mostly on the leaves here. But I think that works good. Great suggestion, Key. Great suggestion. Okay. There we go, guys. We are on the right track for shores. All right, we are on the right track here. I think overall, if we can add in those butterflies, we're gonna be in a good place. I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. That's for sure happening right now. Definitely very different with how we're composing this, but I like what we have better, actually. I think ours looks more realistic. The other one felt a little more CG. But, yeah, this is definitely in the right direction. Definitely in the right direction. Let's go ahead and work on some butterfly stuffs. With that, we can... Let's save this. Do we need to model anything? I don't really want to right now. Butterfly. And then just say like free first or something. Like, well, how do you do that again? So that is the free option. The butterfly wings. I don't particularly want to make one. Bridge has a butterfly atlas. Put it on plane, put it in the middle, and then you're good to go. True. I thought that you were going to kick me because of my dumb ideas. Nah, that's not for me to decide. Ben's the one that kicks people. I was just going to go to like CG Trader. Victor, I was going to do that. Also, why would you kick someone for having an idea? See, that's the thing I was talking about earlier, is that there really is no like ideas that are like, oh, hey, well, that's a bad idea. You know, like anything you can try anything. Gobos sometimes are a good idea, but like the way we're having our lighting set up here, it's better to do it how we're doing it. Whereas you could do gobos in other situations, and it would be better to do gobos there. I think like it kind of depends on really what your scene is. There's so many ways to do stuff. That's why it's so funny whenever I get comments of people being like, oh, well, you could have done it this way. It's like, okay, yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's the only way to do it. You know, there's different ways to do different things. So the thing about VFX is like, it's not like a one size fits all. Oh, I'm not spending $40 for a moth. That's not happening. Let's log in a bridge. I'm actually going to go back to this screen because I don't know if it's going to ask me to log in, and I don't want to dox myself here. Do later. I don't want a new version right now. So is an atlas like a plane, or what is it exactly, Victor? Oh, I have to log in? Okay. Fine. I'll log in. I don't even know what my login is. Oh, well, that's stupid. Apparently, you can just log in with your Epic Games account. It's not stupid. That's awesome. Let's see how well this works. My biggest problem is that this never goes to the correct version of Blender for me. All right, it's downloaded. Let's export it to here. It did not. So now I gotta go find the correct version of Blender, which who knows, it might be 3.0. I have to figure this out every week. Which version of Blender does it work in? Not that version. 3.4, 3.6. I think it's 3.4. I remember it being an earlier version than I was expecting. The other solution, by the way, is that I just... Okay, ignore. Thank you. I'm like, I don't care. It is this version, because I remember Blender Kit was like, gave me that message last time. Right? 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 Nope. Not. Am I going to find out that I'm actually exporting it to... I'm not. Okay. .6, the last version of Blender, unless it's doing it to version 2.49, which you know, we would all be shocked if Bridge worked with Blender 2.49, wouldn't we? That would just be something that we'd all be like, that is shocking. What is going on right now? Is it not exporting to Blender and just like... Where is it downloading to? Okay, well, I have the download files. You can't stop me, Blender. I will do it one way or another. Maybe I was supposed to do it this way this whole time, and I just didn't know. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna drop in a plane into our world. And let's create a new material. And let's see. Close that. Here we go. We got the albedo pass. We'll drag that in. And then we have the opacity. Where's that? I just saw it. Opacity. We have some normals. And we have a displacement. This is great stuff, guys. A roughness. And a translucency. Although I feel like that should be the same as opacity, is it not? That's fine. I'll figure that out here in a second. So let's move translucency down. What we're going to need to do first is let's take the albedo pass. We'll plug that into our base color. And then we can plug roughness into the roughness. This is going to be my daily reminder of how much I hate the new principled BSDF shader. Let's use opacity. We're going to just move that over here. And then if I plug this into our opacity, or sorry, alpha is what we're trying to plug it into. It will only have it over the areas in which the alpha is. And now let's create, move this shader down as well. And let's create a normal map. And then this gets plugged into the normal, and it converts it to normal data. And then that gets plugged into our new principled BSDF. And then our displacement then gets plugged into our material output. So let's just drag that over here. And voila. It should work. The only other thing that we might want is this. I think that's all we need. Roughness, opacity, preview. Okay, that should be good. And this, I think these are specularity. So let's go ahead and plug in our AO into the specularity. Which I thought it was anyways. And that's good to go. I I'm going to go back over here to this view. Let's scale it down. The other thing we're going to want to do is go to like a material preview window. And we've got a few different butterflies here, which is pretty cool. All we have to do now is go into edit mode, and using our knife tool, we can chop out our different butterflies that we have. So I'm actually going to do this like this. Okay, we're just going to chop all the way down the middle here. And then that's that. And then we're going to chop to here. And then we're going to chop to here. And then we'll just press enter again. And I'm just going to keep doing that so that each one of these are their own. Press enter again. And then finally, one more time. Press enter. Oh, whoops. Well, I'm not supposed to do it that way. Let's grab the selection tool now. And if you grab this guy, and I think if you press Y, it makes him separated from everybody else. So we'll just keep doing that. Individual planes. And then now, if I select an individual one, I could say P selection. And then I could select this guy and say P selection. P selection. We're just going to do this with all of our individual butterflies because we're going to have a bunch of butterflies in our scene. The reason why I did this first, okay, and now we'll go ahead and deselect everything. We had a plane. That was our first plane. If we grab that, we can now delete that entity because everything is separated as individual butterflies. Now, if we go into here and I add in a loop cut, I'm going to add in a loop cut right where the spine of the butterfly is. So that way it's kind of rotating around that specific area. And we're going to do that with every single one of those. So we're just adding another loop cut. It should be pretty close to the center of every single one of our knives, but it's going to be a little off. Like that one was perfect. This one's going to be way off. Actually, it was closer than I thought. And then just go tab and just do that again. No, I keep pressing Control Tab. I'm not trying to. And last one. Perfect. Great. And so now we can populate our scene with butterflies in different areas. And in edit mode, we just need to grab those side edges and move those up depending on where we want the wing flaps to be. So should be pretty easy to do. Let's make one of these butterflies like right here. I think is a good spot to be at. And I don't know why that didn't really update, but... And now this one right here, I'm just going to kind of populate our whole scene. How many do we need, really? A few. Just rotate that, something like that should be fine. And last one, let's see. Be something a little bit more over here, like just kind of off. And now, here's what we could do. We could grab both those edges like that, and just grabbing them, we just move that up. And so now the wings are going to be kind of higher up in the air. I'm just going to scale those inwards. Oh, not on individual words. We're going to want that on median point. And so that way it's actually flapping its wings depending on what we want. So like this one right here, I am definitely going to want to be a little more 3D since he's closer to the camera. So we just grab those edges and move those up. And scale those in. We're just going to play with that a little bit. I think that should work pretty nicely. I think all of them are going to want ever so slightly to have that happen to them, because otherwise it just feels more 2D otherwise. So let's do this top one up here. And then one more over here. I'm thinking... yeah, well, I guess both those. We'll do both those. Then overall, that's pretty nice. Let's go ahead and save that. And if we go to our texture, though, that we have, we want to make sure that these aren't casting any weird, like, shadows. So, I think under settings, we just want to make sure that... I think that's good, actually. Let's see what that looks like. And of course, these are in our own butterfly category. Make sure you guys didn't drop those into your bounce category, because otherwise you're going to be sad with how that's going to not appear instantly. I do have quite a bit of light on that one butterfly, so we might want to adjust that. Because it's like getting blasted by that, like this light right here. There might be a few things that we could do with this. Let's go to our specularity option here. And we're just going to turn specularity off. And we also have this like translucency option. I'm wondering if we drag that in. Oh, we already have it. I'm wondering if we could somehow... Let's see what we can do with this, because I do like the idea of kind of using that somehow. So this is the translucency option. Is that for like translucency of color? Because I feel like the opaqueness of it is we kind of want them to be more transparent throughout. So there might be a way for us to do that. Use the translucent shader and a mix shader. I would use the albedo for the translucent and play with the albedo saturation. Okay, well, let's try that. Translucent BSDF. We're going to lose a few of the other options, but here's what we could do. So you're saying plug that into the translucency. We'll plug the normals in how we would normally plug the normals, and displacement's still the same. We are missing roughness, but now if we do a mix shader, We can use a transparent BSDF and then plug in the opacity to the FAC. And this should be correct. Plug that into the surface. Oh, nope, we need to flop those. This certainly looks better. And I'm wondering, actually, instead of us using the albedo, if we use the actual translucency into it. I like that even... No. I don't know that I like that better. Let's use a mix color node. Mix the output with the principal BSDF. How would I mix it with the principal BSDF? Or why would I mix that? I like how contrasty that is compared to the albedo. What am I using to factor against the principal BSDF? I guess that's my question that I'm more so asking here. I think that works slightly better for our scene. And then, okay, mix shader, the BSDF here, and then the output of this here. And then we look at that guy, and let's actually use this inside of the translucency color. That looks pretty good. And yeah, that's basically what you suggested. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm going to put this on full screen. I'm going to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. We're going to have to fix some of the blowing out there. Let's try like a 0.4 maybe. I'm not a fan of that. And that potentially might mean that I have to do some light linking because the light is blowing out that one butterfly. Every other butterfly I really like, but this butterfly... that wing is getting blown out. Yeah, well, I think the specular intensity right now is already set to 0, which is funny. I think it is anyways. I can't... This whole new principal BSDF thing is kind of throwing me off here. So I set the IOR level to 0, and everything else is already set to 0. I don't know if there's anything I'm missing on that. It's not the roughness. It might be, is it normals? Which, by the way, I actually need to set this to non-color, I think. For all of these options. So we could check both sides of the shaders. That one does not have the specularity. This one doesn't have the specularity blowout. But then... Oh no, I fixed it. Okay, that fixed the problem. I think it was the non-color thing. For these, I needed to swap these to non-color. And specifically, I think the opacity was doing that. Okay, there we go. Some wonderful little butterflies into our scene. Still not a fan of these twigs. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those twigs at all. I'm gonna try thinking. I'm going to try one more thing before we mess around with the twigs. This pool of light that's hitting back here needs to be more intense on that back section, I think. Because it's kind of hitting this whole area here. So let's work on that. Let's add in another area light. And we're just gonna move that back to this section here. And I want it to actually be a spotlight, I think. And while you're at it, you can scatter some leaves. Bridge also has some atlas textures for those. Oh, that is true. Yeah, I can definitely do that. That would actually be pretty helpful, probably. So I'm going to try to match that there. I might just increase this intensity to be quite a bit. What do we have to set this to really be noticeable? I think I have it pointing at the wrong direction. That's kind of like part of the problem. Yeah, it needs to be over here on this. Just trying to make this section here hotter. And that works pretty nicely there already. Because I wanted to feel like the sun's hitting that, and it wasn't before. So now just warming that up, I think that helps quite a bit. So what I'm doing is I'm adding in a spotlight that is specifically pointed at this section here. And then that way it just feels like the sun is hitting more of that. This just feels a little bit darker because of that. I think one thing that I've noticed a lot with a lot of Blender scenes in general, or just CG in general, is people generally don't go bright enough. The sun's really bright, guys. It's very bright, so don't be afraid to crank it up and expose correctly for your scene to get the correct amount of dynamics. Okay. Yeah, those twigs, I think you're right. We're just going to have to get rid of those. Or maybe we don't have to get rid of them, per se. Maybe the answer is just adding in the leaves. Let's go ahead and we already have this right here. We do have leaves, I think. Can I add in? I think we should have extra like miscellaneous leaves, dead leaves, things like that inside of Botanic. So if I go in and add a new layer, can I do that? So that's weeds, grass, lily pads, miscellaneous. I think we could find, yeah, fallen leaves. As long as it doesn't change shit, it did. Can I just have it selected on this and then that way it doesn't do it? Yeah, it did that. Sweet, guys. All right. And then that, yeah, there is no density specific areas. So another thing we could do is let's go in and add in a new group. And then we will rename this group to leaves. I'm going to go to weight paint now, and then we'll just paint in the areas in which we will want those leaves to be fallen. So theoretically, it should just be the area in which the grass doesn't exist. I mean, kind of makes sense. I mean, it could be in the areas in which the grass is, but, you know, let's just play with it like this. And now go back to object mode, and if I set the density to leaves, whoa, too many. Set that to like 500 and then adjust the scale, of course, on this. What do we have going on here? Oh, that's the grass. Let's disable that. We don't need grass. We just need these leaves. Set that to the density of the leaves. So now it's only going to place all our leaves in that specific area. And then now let's adjust the number of this to like 500. And then let's change the scale of this as well. These are way too big. Something like that. Okay. Select that ground again and what is there it is. Okay. And then adjust the phase of this. Probably the number as well. And then overall size still needs to be probably a little smaller. Something like that maybe even. I do wish that sometimes they were above the leaves. Or above the grass. Because I think that them being on the ground might be not as good. Now they're kind of just mushed there. I don't want them to feel like lily pads. That's the thing. I think I made the scale a little too small. Yeah, it's a little better there. That just makes them a little more 3D. Let's try that again. Excuse me. That is a little better. Not as much of a fan of what these leaves look like. But that certainly helps with the overall like twigs in the ground. Not gonna lie. Certainly helps. Definitely helps. 100% helps. Oh, here we go. Particle systems. We have the miscellaneous fallen leaves here. I think we can change. Whoa! Just crash Blender. Probably wasn't smart. I don't remember the last time I saved, so I'm going to go to recover autosave. And hope for the best here. So we have copy buffer. What is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you mean? Well then, guys. We just hit an unfortunate snag. Because it's not auto-saving this project file. That's not normal. Normally it does autosave it quite often, actually. I have to check my settings. Well, crap. I think we lost quite a bit of work. Yeah, we lost quite a bit of work. Oh, that's rough, guys. Oh, man. That's rough. Why didn't it autosave? I actually don't understand why it didn't autosave. I never have this problem. Buffer. Was I not in Blender 4? I really don't. Oof. It's from like days ago. What the hell? Well then, looks like we are going to be re-adding in some of the stuff we already did. What had up to the butterflies, it doesn't have the leaves, and it also doesn't have the spotlight on the bushes. So if it doesn't, I think that's the only things that it really doesn't have. That's crazy. Okay. Oh no, there's spotlight here. Okay, so it's got the spotlight, guys. And that's like the last big thing we did before the leaves. Okay. Not as bad as I thought. Oh. Well, stress is part of being a VFX artist. It's one of those things. Oh my god. Okay. We're back, guys. Yeah, it's got the updated butterflies and everything here. Okay, fantastic. I was really like inside going, what the actual fuck? But it's okay. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Now we just have to add the leaves back in. That's it. So with the mud, dirt, floor, we know exactly what we're doing here. All right. We know what the settings are. This isn't that bad. It's not that bad. Let's go to the scatter option down here. We're going to find ourselves miscellaneous, fallen leaves. Well, I didn't like A, so let's just see if B looks better. Oh, well, we're going to want it in specific areas. So firstly, we'll have to do the weight paint part. So we'll go into our data options down here, add in a new group that we will call leaves, and paint in the areas in which we want the leaves to exist. So probably something like that is fine. Yeah, that should be good. Now let's go to object mode. Save. 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 Everybody save. Hit the plus button. B is selected. I love how there's one cacti option. And that's going to adjust that guy there, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And now we just have the leaves here. Let's change the density to exist only in our leaves group that we created. And then, oh Jesus, it's got all that crap. Let's change the scale now to like a 0.4. And then change the number of this to something like 1,000. I don't know. Now if we adjust the phase here, randomize this just to stick them out of the ground a little more, and hit the save button. Now we'll go view that, see what it looks like with some leaves in our scene. While this is happening, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you can see how many times I hit the save button in one live stream. But on a real note, we do these streams once a week, so if you guys have any recommendations for what the next stream should be, leave a comment below. Also join the Discord and give recommendations there. That's the best way, actually, is by joining the Discord, because that's where I can see everything later, and it really makes everything easier. Okay, so these leaves aren't bad. I don't like the color of them as much, so we can make those adjustments and kind of work on that. Here's kind of what this looks like. We crashed this last time by trying to adjust. I just feel like there's too much green in the scene. That's what I was trying to adjust for. So if we go back over to our main screen here, what I was trying to do was we minimize all of that inside of here. Under the particle system, we have our leaves. which now we have way more leaves than we did last time. But with that, we can hit the preview button here. We can find some of the ones that we want to adjust. I'll make sure I'm saving as I'm going along. And honestly, you know what's going to be the easiest way is inside of the actual composite of this, we can adjust the colors inside of the composite. So let's not concern ourselves with that right now. Yeah, and we're going to be doing the dust particles inside of Nuke. So I'm not too concerned about that either right now. I'm thinking I don't want this to be grass. This right here. So, with that being said, if we open up, yeah, this inside of weight paint, and I'm going to use a subtract, and we're just going to try to get rid of that. Okay. I think we're getting close. Oh, that's the leaves that I'm adjusting. We are not getting close. Let's re-add all that in there. And let's go to our data sets here. We're going to select our first group option here. Just kind of want to paint out that. And so now it's going to be brown there. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's just... I think I'm overthinking it. I would rather it be there and then graded down in the comp. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Okay. Let's keep that there. I think I'm starting to second guess myself on some of this stuff. What do you guys think? Any final thoughts before we go to the render settings for sending this to the to the nukes? Okay, we're gonna nuke it inside of Nuke. Any thoughts? What do you guys think about the butterflies, positions, the lighting, anything that's distracting? Any what the hells? It's pretty nice. I think I'm finally in a better place with this. You know, mentally, you have to find it inside of you to be like, yeah, that's okay. It's not terrible. I'm not gonna lose sleep over this. I think, yeah, there's a few things that I'm going to want to adjust inside of the composite. The leaves being one of them. Also, I'm going to make this a little darker down here. I think we can add in a little bit of shape. Okay, so let's oh, thanks, Key. Thank you so much. Let's go over some of the render settings that we're going to do here. I'm going to keep the denoising at like 4096. That's a bit high, but I want it to be more pristine inside the composite. The other thing that I'm going to swap over here is I'm going to swap it from PNG to OpenEXR multi-layer. And it should be good. I'm just going to render this out at full res. And then under passes, we can scroll down here and select object and material. That'll allow us to do a lot of color grading options inside of Nuke. And then that's pretty good. Let's hit the render button there. I'm gonna make sure this is solid view over here, so that way we're not using our GPU to have that run in the background. And Yeah, it's just a 1920 by 1920 image. It's bloody great. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Hopefully it turns out great. That's what we're hoping for here, is to have something that actually looks good. Rather than my typical live stream, you know? So yeah, we're gonna have this render out. This will set that to full screen as that's rendering. It should take, hopefully not that long. Does that say an hour? Hopefully not an hour. I don't think it'll take an hour. I think it'll take closer to like 10 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes. And I can have it go faster by, really, if I had this set to like 1024. It is funny how even the scenes that I decide not to do, to not do heavy volumetrics on, I still do crazy volumetrics. But I would say this is a good time to do like a bit of a Q&A part. If you guys have any questions that I couldn't answer during the live stream, or really just for me or whatever, then feel free to send those in the chat. Now is the time while we're waiting for this to render. I do think, like, probably going to want to darken that twig. Just a little more silhouette-y on the left side of it, not on the right side of it. What type of music do you like, and what's your favorite band? Good question. Well, for me anyways, it's hard. I listen to pretty much everything. So this is a bad answer to your great question. I listen to a lot of things, and right now what I've really just been getting into was throwing on YouTube playlist music and just like listening to that in the background, because I have YouTube Premium, so I just throw it on, just like work on whatever I'm doing. But if I had to answer, see, I don't know, man. It's hard because, like, I really like Polyphia. They make some great music. Animals as Leaders also. I like that kind of like rock metal music. But I kind of listen to everything. So if I'm like listening to, you know, hip hop or whatever, it depends on what I'm working on. I listen to themed music based on the type of projects that I'm currently working on, and I kind of extrapolate from there. So if I'm working on a Christmas film, I'll try to put Christmas music on because I like to get in the mood. If I'm working on, I worked on a period film last year, and while I was working on the period film, I was listening to like a lot of like swing music, just because, you know, I don't know, I just wanted to get in the mood of where I was at, you know, and what I was working on. So a lot of the times it kind of like, I'll just change what I am listening to as I'm working on different projects, and just go throughout the year that way until you start working on Christmas films nonstop. And then you know, then it's a bit much to like be listening to that forever. So, you know, it kind of depends on the deal with that. Is 400 samples enough? I mean, I would typically set it to 1024 if I was trying to set like a standard for what I usually do. I'm keeping it at 4096 right now, which I probably shouldn't be, but I am. I just kind of wanted like a really clean render for this one. That's why I did it at 4096. But 400. I think the lowest I've done was at 100. The denoiser is pretty crazy. Although I will say this, it kind of depends on what your render is. If it's a still frame like this is, you can get away with a lot more, just because who cares what your sample rate is on a single photo? Because any artifacting that you have from lower samples, it's not as noticeable in a still image. But as soon as you see it in movement, it starts to look disgusting. And yeah, go with noise threshold and not with the samples. Every scene has a different noise amount and needs more or less samples. That is true. And it kind of depends on how much volumetrics you're having in your scene, and a lot of factors. Like low light stuff, you're going to want to have way more samples for your renders to feel cleaner. Otherwise, you're going to get a lot of fireflies inside of your shots. So it's good to try to avoid that. For this here, I probably could have gone with like 500 samples and you wouldn't really notice more. But I figured, hey, why not? And at this point, I'm kind of locked in. We've been waiting here for 5 minutes, so I'm kind of locked in at what we're doing. I guess I could like take it back, right? You know, but here we are waiting for the render, and that's just how it be. But as soon as this live stream is over, I'll be posting the finished photo on the Discord, and then I also upload the project files immediately after this stream is over to Patreon. So if you guys want to mess around with these project files, or you want some of these assets that are inside the scene, you can go ahead and grab them there. The only time I don't upload stuff to Patreon is if it's media asset files that I purchased or licensed through like Action VFX or other websites. I can't redistribute those. So those files are not uploaded to Patreon. But all the free files that I get, or like Botanic stuff, I don't have a problem with uploading Botanic stuff. Because also I don't really have that much Botanic stuff inside my scene. But yeah, you can grab these project files. I think I also upload the nuke comp as well as an EXR render of it, so that way you guys get everything on the different stages. The only time it gets rough with uploading project files is when you are the Blender scene can be too big. So recently what I've been doing is outputting USDC files. At least last week, that's what I did with the Elden Ring one. I outputted a USDC file of everything, and that way you get everything as like a USDC file rather than the Blender file. Because I think Patreon only allows me to upload up to 200 megabytes, which is like nothing. Is it raining? I just think I heard just rain outside. That's wild. Why is it raining, guys? Shouldn't be raining, man. I don't live in a place where it should rain. But yeah, this is already pretty clean. I love these butterflies. One second. I'm going to go look to see if it's raining. What the hell, guys? It's pouring. It was 70 degrees when I drove here. Like, it was sunny and 70 degrees, and now it's straight up pouring out there. Like, my whole idea of doing this live stream like earlier was so that way I could get outside and go do something. But now it's like raining. Why does it have to start raining now? That's crazy. Oh man, did I really screw up with setting this to 4096? Cause I don't want to wait 30 more minutes for this to render to finish. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop the render early. We just did a boo-boo, guys. That's fine. We'll set this to 500 samples. No, don't. It's fine. I already did it. I'm sorry. Stream's on delay. Yeah, the volume samples are set to 1024, but the render samples should be like, I don't know. It should be fine. By default, so it's faster in 20 seconds. Sorry. I already did it by the time you sent the message. I'm a bit impatient right now, so I'm like just trying to hit the render button here. You know, that's my goal, is eventually I would like to have a render farm, so that way when I do hit the render button, it goes to the render farm and then it just renders like that. But the closest thing I got to like a render farm, the way I could get something set up, is like multiple machines would render on a per frame basis, which is really helpful for animation, but is not as much helpful for single image rendering, which I would love it if like you could sector an image up, and so that way separate computers can be processing like a specific image. But yeah. No, Victor, I think we'll be fine with lower samples on this. Then overall, there's a I'm going to change the shadows inside of the comp to feel a little more blue. Because right now the shadows are coming off as more brown. And then I want the highlights to stay orange. And that will allow the image to feel a little more full rather than it feel like where it's at right now. Yeah, I was golfing yesterday and it was raining. And then I was even complaining this morning. I was like, why did it have to rain yesterday when I was actually outside? And then today, when I'm live streaming, it's going to be super sunny. And now it's hilarious because I was like, oh, well, I'll do the stream earlier so that way at 3 I get out and then it'll be kind of sunny still. And so now it's pouring rain outside. It's like, oh, well, I guess that all kind of adds up, right? Just my luck. Yeah, this is going to be fine. Also with the denoise feature inside of Blender, it's pretty crazy. So like I did there was a VFX shot that I did for my short film that I started to just render those out with like 100 frames or 100 samples per frame. And that actually worked pretty well. It kind of depends on the scene, how much light there is in the shot and so on. But I've noticed that sometimes you can get away with that. I wouldn't recommend it. Also, there was no volumetrics inside of that scene. It was just pure rendering out assets and then placing those into my visual effect shots and comping them in. So, you know, that'll be different than volumes. Is that like, what is this? Is that a burnt pixel, like a Firefly pixel? What's going on here? What are you? Why are you in my image? Am I gonna have to paint you out later? Yeah, this overall is coming off a little flat, but we can add some shape into the bottom here and then also back there as well. Do like that. Almost wish we moved the flowers over a little more, but it's fine. I'm okay with this. I'm gonna open up Nuke in the meantime. Have that open up here and then we can start compositing this. And I'm using, whoa, my computer just lagged a little bit there. Let's see. Oopsies. This right here, under Action VFX, I have a link in the description. You guys can scroll down and use my link. I have an Action VFX link right here that'll take you to here. I'm going to be using some dust particles that they have on their website. It's just an easy way to add in some, you know, detail to your shots. So that's falling ash. I don't necessarily want that. Where's the dust? Did I miss it? Windy snow. Might have missed it. There we go. Dust particles. I got like this guy here. That could work. Let's do this one. I'm fine with it. Let's download this. Go ahead and save that. Hey, Diego, welcome into the chat. Once that's downloaded, I can... This is now finished rendering. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm going to create a new folder here called Output. And we'll save this to that folder. And now, let's load up Nuke. All right, I'm going to drop in our file that we have for our output now, directly into Nuke. And let's go ahead, and the first thing we're going to need to do is shuffle the correct channels in. So it's looking for RGBA channels, whereas Blender puts this on the combined So if we drag those all over to the RGBA, we're going to get the correct settings there. Okay, great. Now we can work with this. I'm first going to, let's just view this correctly here. Let's add a little more contrast in the shot. I think also we're gonna have to remove a little bit of saturation. Not too much. Maybe about there is fine. And not a huge fan of how that happened, but overall these butterflies are coming off as really red. So let's make some adjustments here. I'm gonna go. What happened? Why is it breaking my crypto mats? Oh, is that after the shuffle specifically it's doing it? No. This happened a few weeks ago. I don't know why the crypto mats break randomly. That should not happen at all. Like, I don't understand. It's so annoying, dude. Like, I don't understand why it did that. That's so dumb, dude. That is so dumb. It's really frustrating. Is it 32-bit and lossless? Yeah, it's an EXR. It's rendering this out at like open EXR multi-layer is what the setting is set to. Full float, like this zip lossless, like it's not. This should not happen, like at all. And I've never had this problem till the latest version of Blender, and it just like breaks my crypto mats. Like, and this has happened now last week and this week on stream. Well, like 3 weeks. It's happened on stream. It breaks it every single time. I don't know why it does that. It shouldn't. Like, this is... I've never had problems with this before. Never. They've broken so much in this latest version of Blender, it's actually frustrating. Like the whole principal BSDF thing is just, it's ridiculous. I'm gonna lift kind of the black areas a little bit. This is really kind of, the reds are just blowing out in the shot. And we're not going to do much of this, but let's just change the tolerance on this a little higher. Or yeah, the brightness is not going to be high, and then the saturation, let's just put that down to like a 0.8. This tolerance should be a little higher as well for this. And then overall, the size of this is quite a bit smaller. And it's just going to be a tiny bit of glow on your overall shot. A little too much contrast. And then the shadows, let's actually take the shadows and then change the gain of this to be a little more blue. And that actually might work. The new principle is honestly better. Oh, well, that's a hot take, man. There are several things about it that I don't like. And maybe it isn't a hot take. Maybe my take is a hot take, but I'm not a fan of what they did with the subsurface scattering. Like, there's a number of things that I'm not a fan of. Okay. Overall, I think that's a little bit closer. I'm actually going to keep it just as green. But the reds here, I'm just going to bring those down a little bit more. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that. And now this toe is kind of lifting everything up, so that way we're not getting so much, like, it should not feel that dark in your shot. At least not for what we're going for here. I'm going to add in another grade node, and if we drop in a roto, we can kind of shape this a little better. And if I add an edge blur of like 300 into it, that should do the trick. We're going to just darken those edges. And now it's going to kind of create a little more of a vignette for us. We can't get as granular as I'd like because we don't have crypto mats, but this will work just fine. Here I am going, oh man, I really want to adjust that one twig. Well, I can't now. So, would have loved to adjust like a single twig. Okay, let's delete the saturation node and then I like that. That looks pretty sweet. I think also now I'm going to save this comp to make sure we don't lose our work on this. Comp version 1. Okay. Let's add in a grain node and gonna make some adjustments here. Also thinking that a lens distortion will do us good. Did anybody ever find a lens distortion website with like some lenses that we can grab for like ST maps and whatnot? I knew someone was looking earlier. I don't know if anyone found anything. Would love it if I had something like that. Okay. Anamorphic is a nice new gizmo that has some presets for anamorphic lenses, including the distortion. Really? I'll have to check that out. But some grids would be nice. I really wish there was a library of just like, oh, hey, here's different lenses from like whatever amount of lenses. And obviously each lens, like you couldn't ever use it to undistort like, oh, every time somebody has like a Zeiss Pro or whatever, like 50 mil, it's not going to work because every lens is unique in its own individual way. But it would be nice to be able to like try to at least have that for CG purposes, right? Like where I want to have like a lens that looks similar to something, then I can find some kind of basis. Because right now it's like I have to essentially go in and fake it even more. All right, masks options. And let's see, we're just gonna have to roto this, guys. gonna rough roto this. Technically speaking, that bush behind it needs to be much brighter, so that's why I'm like, have to do something more precise than I would like. Yeah, the last time I had looked for something like that, they didn't really have too many options. It was like, well, I didn't see any options. And everybody was saying why they didn't see any options was because, technically speaking, every lens is different, so it wouldn't really help anybody to have something like that. It looks pretty good. I like that. It's fine. I think overall, let's actually add a grade note in. Just bring it down slightly even. You might build a library. That would be cool. Might take a while to start doing all of that, but that would be super nice. Make it so that it's like more like a social media platform where people can upload a photo or photos of what that lens looks like in action, maybe videos as well, and then upload the ST mat. And then share it with me so that way I can use it. Okay. It's pretty nice. Add a grade node after everything here to kind of just get... kind of like that more auburn feel to the entire comp. My fear is that everything starts to blend in a little bit there, and I don't necessarily want that. I like that a little bit better. I'm almost wanting the shadows to feel a little more shadowy. Don't want to lose our blacks on the butterfly either. It works decently nice. Our overall glow that we're having all the way over here, I might want the tolerance to be a little less. I like that because it really makes all the highlights pop a little bit more in your shot. It feels more dynamic that way. I like that, but not a fan of noise in like extreme highlights, so I like to use a keyer. And let's just move this all the way back here. And then if we use a merge node between the two of these, or between lens distortion and the keyer, we can use this as our kind of alpha that we're doing. And this alpha is only going to be of the brightest parts of your image. So we can actually adjust the amount of brightest parts of the image to a smaller value. Something like that should be fine. And so now it's only going to add grain into the sections of our image that are not highlighted, and it's not going to have it in the most highlighted portions of your image, like so. So that way when we crunch our values after a grade, you don't see any like disgusting grain inside of your highlights. That's usually pretty helpful. Okay, guys, what do you think? This is what I got so far. Might feel... Oh, I gotta add some dust in, don't I? Thinking maybe the highlights. Let's try changing the gain on the highlights to a little bluer. Then I'm going to select the range of that highlight to encapsulate a little bit more of the image. Wish I had crypto mats. That's what I want, because I want to be able to select this whole area back here. And I can't. I can't do it, guys. It's actually quite frustrating. Just trying to... I could select all these butterflies later. Trying to see if I can... Okay, and then now if I add in like an edge blur or something like that. Feels weird to me, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the green as much. Okay, let's do that. And then bring back the red of the butterflies. I'm thinking that would be nice. Yeah, the twig area is a little too purple, and contrast seems a bit too high in that area. Distracts a bit from the flower. I totally agree. Just trying to get the overall back here to not feel so busy. So what I'm trying to do is... let's take that here. So I'm kind of desaturating just the red channel back there. And then I'm trying to... what I'll need to do is I'll need to bring the red back in from the actual butterflies. Because I don't want their red to be... The idea is that right now what's going on is that everything is just such a same color back here that these butterflies are kind of disappearing. And so I'm going to add another merge node here. And then since we can't crypto mat this crap... I don't understand why I can't crypto mat. I'm not even rendering... like, I thought the problem was that I couldn't render it out at smaller than, like, the resolution that it was looking for. It's, like, just so broken right now. I don't understand why. Like, it doesn't even select things, and then it just selects them as random values. Like, crazy. Thanks for that, I guess. Definitely want that butterfly to be a little more red. And let's make this one a little more red as well. I'm probably not going to do all of them because who likes to watch somebody do roto work? It's like so boring. Ben's like taking notes right now going, yep, that's boring to watch. Let's cut all of that out of the video later. Right, Ben? Okay, let's just get this pretty close, and then I'm just going to edge blur that. Epic roto montage. Oh man. Okay. Lots of notes of already. Thanks. Yeah. And then what we're gonna do here is, let's see. I'm gonna invert this mask. That's basically what we need. Oh, well, that's not good, actually. 1 second. Invert the mask. This does not get inverted. Wait, how do I do that? Oh, you know, I know what I gotta do. This right here doesn't get inverted. This mask right here, we add in an overall roto. That'll be the entire image. And then this right here, we hit minus on. And then this will be minus as well. And now if we grab both these Bezier curves and drag them above it, it's going to be minusing it out later. So now It's not minusing that guy, but it's because I did that one correct. Oh, that's right. Okay. Haha. Gotcha. Whoopsies. Let's delete that real quick. And then add in a new Bezier curve here. I was doing that to the distorted version of the image. Pay attention to when you're adding guys rotos in. Then that way you're not doing it on like a piece of distorted footage that you can't see the butterfly on anyways. And yeah, epic roto montage. Du, 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 du. Can't you move the roto underneath the distortion? I could have, or I could have duplicated the roto, but here I am, I already did it. And now with that new roto that we just created here, I'm just going to set that to minus. And we could probably add another edge blur just a little bit, not too much, but that way there's a little bit of fall off and there's no sharp edges. And now that's going to desaturate only the background there. And again, we don't need it to be 0, but we don't want it to be quite as much. So probably do something like that. And then if we do another saturation node, because now we got that whole background there. We're going to uncheck red. Let's uncheck green. And we're going to be saturating only the blue channel. Actually, not even that. What we could also do is just add in a grade node and then use that same mask and then change the white point here to something that, like, maybe we want it to be a little more. That feels better. And of course, we can go in and add in all of our butterflies now. That we've been skipping over. So it's probably going to look, it's always one of those things where you try to get away with having less butterflies and then you find out that it actually would be better if you actually just went through and did your job in the first place and did all of those butterflies. But who am I to judge? I'm just the one that tried to get away with it. Definitely don't want these butterflies to feel green, so set that to minus. Cool thing is, this isn't a moving image, because if it was moving image, that would be terrible. Minus. Oh my god, we got so many butterflies. Can you guys imagine if our rotomats actually worked? Or if our cryptomats actually worked? That would be amazing. I need to figure it out. Must be like some kind of weird setting I have. Because the only weird thing that I did was I didn't even stop the render short. The only thing that I did strange was I set the sample rate pretty low, but that shouldn't make that big of a difference. Not to cryptomats. Also, it was like last week or the week before, it worked only after I rendered it a second time and I changed the resolution to 100%. But this time it rendered, the resolution is set to 100% and it didn't work. Okay, there we go. There's all our butterflies. I just need to set all of them to minus. Over here on our tab. Cool. So now that's going to affect everything except for our butterflies, which, by the way, 100% worth it. That looks so much better, guys. That looks so much better. Okay, twig area. Let's fix the twig area. Sometimes that extra bit of work that you do, it's worth it. It really is in the end of the day. So like this is affecting our overall image of our contrast that we're doing to our shot. I am thinking that like it's a little bit much on the glow, is it not? Let's see. Let's drag that down so that way. I think that's part of the issue there. Maybe it's not enough. Yeah, it certainly is better. I've been liking the idea of yeah, this is making this a little too purple. I see what you're saying. That's better. It's a lot better. That was in the last grade done. Okay. All right, guys. How are we thinking? What we thinking? I think that background thing was definitely needed. Definitely needed. Like, holy cow. I know. Lens flares. We're definitely going to make this like very, very minor, but I want something in there. Nothing crazy. We have a few options. I want something like pretty small, I think. Do a nice California sun. Or I think maybe if we went with like a Canon lens, honestly, that would probably be the most realistic because... Nope, I hate that. There's a reason why we don't use Canon lenses. Thinking some kind of sun effect. But we already have flares coming in. So I'm really wanting something more for like the... No, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. That's basically my... I don't like the ring down here. So let's get rid of that. So we have this other... cool. Let's do that, and then we're going to change the overall brightness here to very slight. And that's kind of what that's doing there. It's blowing it out a little bit, which is more realistic for what we're going for here. Let's change the ray brightness slightly. We don't want it too overt. That's another thing that I feel like I often do is like, I really want to see it. And all of this, let's make it actually happen before the grain. I'm just going to move that all the way down here and add in the flare above everything. And then overall brightness, let's see. Just kind of adding some chromatic aberration there, I think. Looks pretty nice. The ray length, though, is kind of what we need. Scale that down a little bit. And then something like that's fine. Again, kind of slight, but that's giving us the actually, I'm a fan of it being bigger. And then we just adjust the overall brightness down a little bit. There's actually a couple ways we could do that. Let's use a merge node. I'm going to do it this way. Merge node, and then just kind of blending it back in with itself. That way we can actually lessen the intensity of it without having to mess with the Sapphire plugin, bringing back the scaling or anything like that. And that gives us our lovely lighting. That's looking pretty sweet, guys. It's looking pretty sweet. Let's put that in full screen here. Yeah, I think that'll do it for me this time, guys. That's gonna do it. It's gonna do it. The most annoying thing that happened today was not Blender crashing. It was the crypto mats not working. But, you know, we may do. So I think that's going to be the render. I'm going to hit the save button before we lose this as well. But if you guys enjoyed the video, please make sure to hit that like button. And you know what? Also share it with a friend if they find they might find it interesting. This stream is going to be cut down into like a 20-minute tutorial video thing. And that'll be going live... What is it, next Wednesday? So it's not this coming Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. If you guys want to see that earlier, then go join the Patreon. The link is in the description. And that is a way to help support the channel. You'll also get the project files here. So once this stream is finished, I'm going to go ahead and render everything out and upload it directly to Patreon. So if you guys want to grab these files and mess around with it yourself, then that is a way for you to do it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button if you guys aren't already subscribed. I'll see you guys next week with another CG render, and I'll see you this Tuesday for a compositing stream. I think I've been requested so many times to do muzzle flashes, so we're probably going to do a muzzle flash live stream on how to do visual effects with muzzle flashes inside of Nuke. Again, thank you guys so much. You guys have a great weekend, and I will see you guys next time. Keep creating and do cool things. Bye.